Alrighty. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? This isn't quite my normal start time, but it is also not quite my normal start day. Um, I thought I might have a bit of spare time over the weekend, and it turns out I do. So let's play some. Let's play a little bit more remix. That's the plan for today. How we doing, though, boys and girls? Good morning. Good morning. Guild, welcome in. Euler, Chris, how are we doing? I actually did manage to ding 80 yesterday on one of the test tunes. So I've managed to level. I know there's an 80 boost function, but I've been able to level to 80 naturally because one of the things I wanted to test was the 70 to 80 bracket again because they've given a big 250% EXP increase to it. It was it was a wild ride, let me put it that way. 70 to 80 was a bit of a wild ride. Didn't take anywhere near as long as it did the first time round, but it was still not smooth sailing. But I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. I have two of the dogs with me today. The puppy is in the main house. The puppy cam is probably not the most, well, you might catch one of my other dogs on it, but you won't catch the puppy, unfortunately, today. Right, let's log in. Let's have a little looky look. Where's my... I did track the... where's it gone? Where's my screenshots folder? There's my screenshots folder. Why is it in flipping... Oh, there we go. So... there was... These were the leveling times. Don't know how easy they are to see on stream. 70 to 80 was slower than every level prior to it, but still only took about twice as long. We were looking about 10 to 15 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes per level, 70 to 80. So it does still slow down at 70. There's a really weird thing that happened, being that the very second I dinged level 70, I felt like I hit like a wet fish again. What happened at 34? I don't know. I think we were AFK talking about something. We were AFK talking about something. The reality was it took about 10 hours to level. 10 hours to level was still a 1 to 80 experience, or a 10 to 80 experience. And the tune's down just a touch. A bit loud. Yeah, give or take 10 hours if you were to just like sit down and focus on it. So, for Remix, I would also point out this was kind of like a second character-esque experience because I already had a bonus 35% experience before I even started. Meaning that it could have easily been like as much as 12, 13 hours to level that first character, which still makes me think that leveling is incredibly slow in Remix compared to Retail. But I have not leveled a character in Retail via doing nothing more than just questing in a zone for a long time. You nearly always wombo combo some sort of, shenanigans in Retail to level faster, but ended up my lock leveling in at 16 hours and then 94 to 100% XP bonus. You seem to have somehow got way more of an XP bonus percentage and it took you longer. I'm not sure how that happened. But like I said yesterday, hunters are pretty efficient for doing stuff anyway. I am slow. That's all. Like, you'd be amazed how much time is taken up by just like, I was using Zygor, so Zygor was giving me the instant collecting of quests, right? You'd be amazed how much time it takes to click on the quest, find the box, skim read what you have to do, click OK. That might only be like a 4-second process, but when you do that 1,000 times across leveling a character, it adds up. That's why auto quest accept and stuff is actually a massive time saver, even though it seems like a tiny thing. But yeah, it still feels slow. It still feels slow, but it is faster than it was. It's faster than it was before. The interesting thing for me, though, is that also, if I have a little bit of a look in here, where's me screenshots folder gone? The amount of power gain I capped. I dinged 80, sorry, and I'd only amassed 85,000 infinite power. This is down from 110, 120,000 artifact power, infinite power, the first time I leveled a character last phase. So whilst they've boosted the leveling speed, and I would also say that I had 9 infinite power doing this as well. So you seem to be getting significantly less infinite power whilst leveling also. Whether that's because you're killing less mobs or you're completing less quests, or I don't know what the scenario is with that, why that is a thing. But based upon the fact that I had between 7 to 9 infinite power for this entire leveling, if you didn't have 7 to 9 infinite power, you'd have significantly less than even this. Meaning you may very easily hit max level and your artifact, like I still on this character do not have the max trait on my artifact weapon. And I'm still like 12,000 infinite power away from getting it. So it does kind of feel like you're going to be max level and some before you've even maxed this out. So this isn't anymore, at least with the current build, going to be just something you cap out once you are leveling, and by the time you finish leveling, you're putting points in you know, or you're saving up 50,000 points for your first rank of this. Will they increase the max number of characters with Remix? Yes, they've already said the character cap's going up to 70. They're giving 5 additional slots again, like they did last time. So that's a thing. I didn't weave in too many dungeons or extracurricular activities. All I would say is what I was doing is some of the research tasks. By the time I dinged level 80, I'd done 7 research tasks in total. Now each of those is like a big quest worth of XP as well. Plus I was doing the bonus things that got thrown at you along route as well. But 583 item level, relatively freshly dinged level 80. Starting to get some of the epic gear. 591 artifact weapon, and my jewelry is far from optimized. In fact, so far from optimized, it's painful. But I've gone with, now that I've dinged level 80, I've just equipped the highest item level stuff, and we'll replace it with better traits as we find replacements. But, so the question for me is what is the theoretical thing you would look to do once you've finished leveling? Where is your next part of the journey? I seem to have no world quests. I can't quite understand why I have no world quests. Because I should have had world quests for ages, I believe. I don't know if I've missed something to not get the world quests, but yeah, maybe the world quests are bugged, but I really think you should be getting world quests or something at the same time. Now it's realistically more about getting as many of these corrupted thorns of the dream as you can. Combining 10 of these create an item that belongs to the Emerald Nightmare. They should really change the tooltip on this, because what it realistically should say is combine 10 of these to get an upgrade to your piece of armor. I also found something interesting yesterday. I found a fragmented memento of Epoch challenges. Tooltip on this being combine 100 of these to gain a significant amount of infinite power and stamina. Now I want to know what it means when it says significant. I got this, I believe, from killing a rare. I think I got it from killing a rare on Heroic World Tier. Do you not need certain rep levels for each of the factions to unlock the world quests in Legion? I don't know. Legion, honored, revered, honored, friendly, neutral, friendly. I would assume being friendly at least would unlock them. I can't quite remember what the requirement is for unlocking world quests back in Legion. But whatever it is, it doesn't seem to have done it properly. What's Bronze Brandbeard offering me today? Nothing. Not that I would buy anything from him anyway on this. He's like the cheat vendor for the... this is my non-cheating, non-PTR bonus character to try and get a feel for the progression. We also finished with 117,000 bronze from leveling the character, which is reasonable.
What is your purpose?
It will allow you to relatively quickly dip in and buy a few things that you want whilst leveling, which, you know, some people will be happy with just that, I would imagine. Getting the fancy cosmetic items that some people are after will require... these are time-gated. Require normal or higher difficulty in Antorus. Normal or higher difficulty in Antorus. Normal or higher difficulty in the Emerald Nightmare. So you can start working towards... Phase 1, you're going to be able to start working towards getting your fancy shoulders. It's interesting that it says normal or higher difficulty. Normal or higher difficulty. That means you are not going to get one of these tokens by doing it on LFR. I vaguely remember LFR gave you 1, normal gave you 2, heroic gave you 3, and mythic gave you 4. So that you could do the mythic for 5 days in a row and get it done. Or it would take you 20 days of doing it on LFR. They seem to not want to let you get these tokens on LFR to incentivize you to go do normal or higher raiding. Which would be fine if we still had the entire Mr. Pandaria landscape. But I am very, very, very concerned that raiding is going to be a chore that will not be of value to most people who are trying to play this game mode. Because if you can't get OP and nuke the fuck out of things, then people are not going to be that excited by going and doing it. What's the lockout timer for raids? That's a good question. I would absolutely assume it's daily. Nearly everything, like, if it's not daily, they've really done goofed. My problem is that I can't, actually get into flipping raids very easily. Because I was queuing for Raid Finder is almost pointless. I was in a queue for like 3 hours yesterday and nothing happened. It's outside of being able to put the full team together myself, which, you know, streamer privileges I could probably orchestrate, but it's still difficult. I guess the theory of what you should probably start doing once you ding level 80 is actually not do too much different to what you were doing to begin with. In fact, where's the patch notes? I need to double check the patch notes because is it now that one? No. Oh, I've got far too many windows open. That one? No. That one? That'll do. Increased bronze and epoch mementos from raid bosses. Like I've said, nearly impossible to test those without having a full group to be able to test them with. Raid bosses now drop a number of fragmented mementos of epoch challenges based on their difficulty. Okay, so these are meant to come from raid bosses, but it appears that they also come from other things. I've got one of these, and I believe it came from a rare in Heroic World Tier, but I cannot confirm or deny yet, because I spotted it in my bag shortly after doing some stuff, and I just put 2 and 2 together as to where it came from. But I definitely haven't killed any raid bosses on this character, but since I've got one of these, then it must have come from something in the open world. From what I've seen so far, I'm not going to be using this to level an army like I did with Mop. Probably play for the collection side of things, and that's about it. At least from a PTR perspective, I would agree with you. That said, gamers will do gamer things, and people will figure out what is the most optimal way. This is the power of, you know, a large player base. Within a week, it will be hyper optimized the absolute best way to level. You know, me testing a few things on the PTR just gives, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 data points. Like, okay, questing from 1 to 80 takes about 10 hours for the second character. Not very fast. Well, how about grinding dungeons? How about blasting dungeons? How's that as an alternative? Now, blasting dungeons isn't something you can do on the PTR, really, because you're going to hit queue times, I think, even if you're a healer or a tank. But once the game goes live, if you're a healer or a tank, you will be able to chain spam dungeons. And if chaining dungeons becomes faster, then chaining what difficulty of dungeons? And do you weave anything else in? All of this optimization will take a few days once it goes live to figure out. But I reckon you'll still get, even with how it looks right now, you'll still probably get to the point where you can level a toon in like 3 or 4 hours. Because you'll stack that percentage up. This XP percentage will stack up after you've done it a few times. In theory, it caps out. In theory, it caps out at plus 400%. That's what people were able to do last time round. Which, you know, would take a 10-hour run down to a 2-hour run. Realistically, if it's a flat 400%, you know, that really does add up. But obviously, how much time and effort goes into getting it to 400% in the first place? What is quite clear, though, is that it's probably not going to be use your low-level twinked out characters sort of thing. It's unlikely that becomes a thing. Although, you know, because those low-level characters have absolutely no way with the current way that gear works to get OP. Unless low-level characters have the ability to supersede or to keep ranking up their item level significantly past what their actual level is, because that will absolutely break scaling. Well, no, they won't though, will they? Because Corrupted Thorns of the Dream only drop for you once you're level 80 already. But yeah, level 20 twink accounts are basically a dead-in-the-water thing. There's almost no way to manufacture a level 20 twink to be super duper mega OP, even if scaling works in their favor. Empowered enemies in the Heroic World tier now have a chance to drop a Corrupted Thorn of the Dream. Rares and rare elites have a chance to drop a Corrupted Thorn of the Dream on their first kill each day. So flying around and killing all of the rares might be a way of getting these, if you can fly around and nuke the shit out of them. But as we know, That's without being able to do some realm hopping shenanigans, actually finding the rares once everybody is playing, once everybody is trying to do this. You ain't going to want to start camping them for the purpose of this. You'd be better off just doing a quest. This is likely to be something that you fall back on. This is going to be like a phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 way of upgrading your gear, because the likelihood is in phase 1 you'll just lore master, and that means you'll lore master, you'll get a lot of corrupted thorns of the dream within phase 1 to get your initial item level going. But in phase 2, 3, and 4, when you've run out of quests to do, you won't have a quick and easy supply of these, meaning you'll probably fall back to killing rares and rare elites. And hopefully, maybe by that point, you'll be able to start nuking heroic world tier to just get more of them as well. They really want you to go do your withered training each day by the looks of things. We should probably test that, actually. I should probably go do a withered run on a fresh level 80 to see what the significantly increased rewards are. There's actually an achievement for getting a 200 score on heroic world tier. That might be worth testing. Infinite research quest special assignments, which are offered every 10 levels, provide 4 additional pieces of gear, one which is guaranteed to be epic. I didn't find these all that valuable to do, really, other than it was just something you could accidentally do, and it was a big XP's worth of quest. The gear that came from these didn't really help me in any way, but I think if you're doing heroic world tier leveling, any gear you can get your hands on is going to be a bonus to you. Can you add to the XP buff with each alt that you level? Yeah, you get plus 10% for every level 80. The early XP bonuses, where are they? Added 2 perfected epoch mementos, which are the plus 10%, for the first character in your warband to reach 40 and 80 respectively. So your first character will get like plus 20% just by leveling. Every time you lore master a zone, you can get perfected epoch mementos from a lot of the achievements. Such as questing, perfected epoch memento, complete Valajar storylines listed below. So if you lore master the zone, or at least complete the campaign, I should state. Okay, that might be an interesting way to do it, rather than actually fully lore mastering the zone, because lore mastering it, doing the campaign and doing all the side quests gives you the infinite knowledge. It's actually only the campaign you need to complete in each zone to get the plus 10% EXP. So your first character might be worth off doing nothing but campaign quests only. Work your way through the entire map, level up, rack up as much of these plus 10% as possible. Because there's one of those for each zone, look. I still need to do High Mountain, apparently. I've got one chapter of the campaign left, and I get mine from High Mountain. I've only got 2 chapters to do in Stormheim to get one from there. This was actually on my past character. Suramar's the same. So there's 10, 20, 30% still to be obtained. Yeah, if you just do the raw campaign and none of the side stuff, you can probably ding level 80 on your first character with 70, 80%. Bonus for an alt. But there doesn't really feel like much easy way to build that past that first 100%. Because these seem to be the only places from Rep doesn't give anything. Exploration. No, there's a few knowledge things going on down here, but nothing's giving the perfected memento things. I can't quote this definitively, but I do think that you get plus 10% for every level 80 that you ding as well. I think your ways to gain plus EXP once you've done the campaign quest in each zone is simply going to be your research tasks. And the annoying thing about the research tasks is they're time gated and limited. At your research level, you gain 3 new tasks every day. Basically meaning on a level 80 character, I can achieve plus 3% account-wide experience per day. Let's not forget this is a limited time event. So you could have plus 20% bonus XP after a week. If you only have 1 toon. There's already rhyme and reason to level multiple toons in Mop Remix as well. You probably want 1 of each class if you are out there for the collection purposes. See, all of these little things, they sound little and they sound insignificant, but they do snowball. They really do snowball. It really does snowball. You can do it per toon, it's alright, I suppose, yeah. So there's about, if we say that there's about 10, 20 plus all of the zones, which is 5, 70. Let's just say you can get 100% from one character as like one-time perks. And then you're just chipping away at daily research tasks, which most of them will give you 1% bonus. I think as well, these rare caches of infinite power have a chance for a 1% in them as well. So what you'll actually find is that you're, doing your daily shit, right? Doing your LFR dailies. LFR apparently doesn't give you, it only gives you a basic one, but doing your daily, okay, we haven't had a reset yet, but doing a normal dungeon, doing heroic dungeon for the first time each day gives you a rare cache as well. So there's a couple of percent in there. You're probably looking at like, on a single character, I reckon you can probably get plus 10% a day just by like casually playing. It's hopefully going to be a dev water cooler about Lemix, their design thoughts, etc. according to Josh anyway. Yeah, I read that. I will look forward to seeing and reading that for sure. At rank 999, Limits Unbound, you can 3-shot a mythic dungeon boss. I predict the water cooler post to be, we wanted this, who cares what the players want? I don't think there's a good outcome to this either way. It worries me that if Blizzard are trying their best, then that shows a significant level of incompetency. If they truly are trying to make the best product, they're just failing really hard. Really, really hard. which is not a good look. If they are genuinely trying to make the best product they can, they're doing an absolute dog shit job of doing it. Which is not the greatest of looks. If they're being hamstrung by higher ups, that means they have to forcefully generate engagement by things like phasing, then well, that still doesn't give them a get out of jail free card for the fact that the actual gameplay loop feels remarkably bland compared to Mop Remix. Because theoretically, make a better game and you'll naturally get better engagement. That's just simple. That's rule one of game design. Make a better game and you'll, more people will want to play it for longer. I don't know what approach looks better. If they keep the time gating, the first 2 weeks could probably spent getting characters 280. Getting bored and doing the same content over and over. But this is it. This is it. Like, this is what I don't particularly like about the phasing. It pigeonholes you into doing certain things that they clearly want you to do. Rather than, here's the Legion expansion. Here's a profile that allows you to go and do silly things. Go do silly things. There's probably no one still working who did the Mop remix. Well, we already know that the lead dev for whatever. One of the key developers behind Plunderstorm, Mr. Pandaria Remix, and Follower Dungeons, lead software engineer Orlando Salvatore has announced his departure from Blizzard Entertainment just shy of 5 years with the studio. And this was back in October last year. So yeah, the lead software engineer for Mop Remix has left. And that makes you wonder just how much of the other team that worked on Mop Remix has been either changed or left or the same scenario. When the visionary behind it leaves, it's kind of says a lot. Says a lot to why it's in the state it is now. From what I can gather from reading the Discord from the players that have quote-unquote power, you run Mythic Plus keys plus 10s to get like 50 to 70k infinite power per, or you farm the Heroic World Tier elites to get the epic fragmented mementos. 100 of them gives you a lot of power. Is there anything documented to exactly how much they are giving people? Because I got one yesterday from killing a rare in the Heroic World Tier. And I'm not sure what it means when it says significant, So the solo players like myself are going to be pigeonholed into finding people to do Mythic Plus with. Okay. I haven't reported the Bran exploit, so I can do it on live. Well, Bronze Brandbeard is a PTR vendor. He won't be in live. But if you can cheese his loot table to give you more shit, then go ahead. What about solo players not even being able to do their class hall stories because the normal dungeons are really hard? That's my biggest gripe. Fuck forcing Mythic Plus. I don't even do it on retail. I can't. I know I'm biased in this one because I don't particularly like Mythic Plus to begin with. So I am aware I am super biased on this. But I also do not want, really do not want the meta in Mop Remix to be spam Mythic Plus dungeons at the highest level you can to farm the most infinite power and bronze and whatever. Because that once again puts you on that it puts you back on the treadmill of always pushing higher and higher and higher and higher and higher, which is annoyingly what one of the, it's what Mythic Plus is designed to do. But Mop Remix, you started to be able to nuke Mythic raids and then the bosses died. But the point was that there was not a more difficult tier above you. So you hit Mythic and you slowly just, you went from quote unquote progressing on a Mythic boss to stacking a few wards, healing the tank, blowing the Mythic boss up in like 10 global cooldowns. But because there was not a, oh, well, now you've done a 10, go do an 11. Now you've done Mythic, go do Mythic +1. Like, but because it wasn't an ever-growing scale, you did actually get to the point where you not only could defeat it, but you dominated it, and that was part of the fun of it. This is why I don't think Mythic Plus is going to fit very nicely in Remix. Because unless you have it so that, people can comfortably do +20s, but they spam +10s because they run through one-shotting everything. And if you spam enough +10s for a while, then you all gear up equally, and then you can start spamming +11s, even though you could do a +20. Kind of like people on retail doing +2 keys because it's optimal for crests. A +10 Mythic key gives you 15 to 17 of them. 11 to 16 per heroic raid. And you can only get them from Mythic Plus dungeons or 100% drop from a rare or a elite rare in heroic world tier. And 4 to 8 per normal raid boss, infinite knowledge 17. 100 of those mementos gave 76,000 infinite power. Okay, that 76,000 infinite power is probably also based upon having 17 infinite knowledge as well. Meaning until you've also grinded out your infinite knowledge, you may not be getting 76,000. That's one rank per one of these you can do, which is 100 main stat. It feels more grindy than an ARPG at this point. It feels more grindy than flipping grinding to Paragon 100 in Diablo 3. Deathcam was talking about in the PTR channel. Okay. I'll have a flick through. I keep my eyes on that channel, but it does tend to move pretty fast. But it's interesting for me because it's obviously people are cheesing the PTR test vendors and stuff to to jump the journey. What's the highest Mythic Plus achievement cosmetic reward? Surely there's not a point to go further than that for most people. Is it 25 or is it 40? Dungeons. I don't know if I'll be able to see it here because it'll be one of the tiered ones. It'll have been data mined. Yeah, you start off here doing a +2, but this is probably a tiered achievement. Oh, a Legion Assault. It's on the map.
Time is set in sand, not
Halls of Valor or Court of Stars on Heroic. Halls of Valor. Dungeon Finder. Heroic. Halls of Valor. Where Wait, why has it got another question mark above it?
More than one way to solve any
Oh,
problem.
or Court of Stars then. Could take a while to get in those groups anyway. Transmog ends at 25. There's a title for 30. Oh, okay. Well, there we go then. Here we go. Thunder Totem. Right, I think I've only got one chapter out here to do, and then I'll grab the plus 10% from this zone as well. I might need to log on to my old character to finish Suramar, even though he's going to be a bit scuffed. Maybe we just boost him to finish Suramar. To be fair, in Mop Remix, plenty of people didn't bother grinding and then got carried to the Mythic stuff. It ends up similar here, but with Mythic Plus. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. There's clearly going to be... There's got to be something to be said for the fact that they are very stuck. They're very stuck in their desire to only show us what we're able to do in Phase 1. For some reason. You know, it's taken till this second test phase for them to give us an ability to simulate being capped in Phase 1. Even though people are cheesing their power far in excess of that. But the testing of that feels somewhat unrealistic on the basis of that cheese wouldn't necessarily... There has to be a journey to get to that power level, which may not actually be possible because it's a cheese on the PTR. So it's all good and well being able to spam 10 keys for 50k infinite power on the PTR because you've cheesed your character, but the probability could be is that that whole scenario could be completely unrealistic for live. So how valuable is that from a, how valuable is that feedback from a testing perspective? This is just people trying to, this is gamer doing gamer things, but it doesn't feel like it's being done from the perspective of like actual testing. It's the platform where you can exploit all you like because you're actually kind of designed, you're kind of meant to.
Earth Mother watch over you. Peace and patience, friend. Remember the earth.
So I think that once you ding level 80, continuing to spam quests is probably going to be a pretty strong way. Because you actually now occasionally from a single quest will get 2 of these. So they have amped the speed in which you get these even. You used to have to complete 10 quests to get 10 of them. Now I'm quite often getting more than a single one per quest. So all the more incentivizing you to go out and just do all of the rest of the quests. I don't think you're meant to be up there, are you? Oh, you're phased, that's why. How we doing, Mr. Norton? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Whole phasing thing is really shitty in my opinion. Just give us everything. Oh, I totally agree. I totally 100% agree. But I can already see from this point that, you know, beating that dead horse isn't going to get us anywhere, I don't think. I think this is something that comes from up above and is far too fundamental to how they see the entire event going. Meaning it's a non-negotiable thing at this point, I think. So, I mean, while I will probably relapse, I'm going to just try and ignore the fact that there's phasing in it now. And just work around what the phasing really means for me. Does it mean I play significantly less? Quite probably. Does it mean I might even not even quote-unquote complete it? Also quite probably. But that will be the ultimate feedback for Blizzard, won't it? When the phasing can be put down to one of the major reasons to why people didn't even bother to finish. I don't think any amount of feedback is going to change the fact that it's going to be phased now. The first test phase, getting the feedback in for the first test phase was very, very important. But seeing what they then went and did with that info was just basically do some rebalancing, some tuning. They didn't really feel the need to do any major systemic change to how the game and how the game mode operates. Kind of telling me that it's far too late in the development stages for them to be willing to do major changes. It just is what it is. Go to Stormwind Orgrimmar and then fly around exploring. There's no mobs, but plenty of exploration XP. 4 levels last night just poking around. Really? That sounds a bit silly. Do that at level 70 plus if that's the case then. Because it still slows down dramatically at level 70 plus.
The skies call to me.
So everybody 92%. Go. Play until I get at least most of the mounts and transmog and the battle pets I want. But then it'll be to housing. We might get housing whilst Remix is still active. Plus alpha beta for midnight for some people. Yeah, the reality for me is that with all of the phasing in place and the way that Remix looks right now, it goes from being one of the top things that I'd want to do. Its priority for me is just going to get pushed down. Alpha was always going to get in the way of Remix a little bit for me, which for the most part is it's a key factor for why I would want to be able to absolutely blast Remix when it comes out, so that maybe I can, blast it a bunch and then switch my focus to the alpha, because I think there's definitely going to be a crossover there. But on that same note as well, for everybody else, the second housing comes out, well, if you've got two options, do I go spend my free time tinkering with housing that, by the way, you've actually paid for to have access to, or do you play this remix mode that's time gated and nowhere near as fun as the mop version of it? But the answer's going to be really quite clear for most people, isn't it? It's going to be really quite clear. They're going to be like, all right, well, then fine, we'll go play housing and we'll put remix down, and then engagement will drop through the absolute floor. Higher ups will look at it and it will be deemed that it did not achieve what it was meant to achieve, and then we just won't see another remix version again. It's sad, but it's exactly how it's going to play out. Okay, there's a bonus 10% though. 73% XP for any alts. Got two. They've added a cool little animation for creating gear here though. Quite nice. 591, that's a nice upgrade. $591, another nice little upgrade. Bonus box up there, hiding. Still over 10,000 away from finishing my artifactory. Oh, that's the quest for Naltharian Lair. Okay, we're not going to be doing that just now. It's going to be a lot at once, and remix just might not be a top priority. Yeah, it's as simple as, you know. And it boils down to me, you know, this whole concept of respecting the player's time, that was a big thing that was, you know, addressed quite heavily towards the end of Shadowlands, where they were like, okay, we get it. You know, time gating is not respecting players' time. I want to blast this game mode when you launch it, and I will play it an absolutely ungodly, unhealthy amount. Willingly, by the way. I will willingly spend a disgusting amount of time playing this game so that when you release the next cool thing, I can go and play that a disgusting amount. Like, where's the downside to that for Blizzard? Like, where's the downside to that? But if you delay my progress in one game mode and then you present me a separate game mode or interesting shiny thing to go and do, I'm going to go do the more interesting, more shiny thing. And then I'm going to put the first thing down and I'm going to feel remorse towards it because I might not feel as if I got full satisfaction out of it. And this is all not because of any choice of mine. Makes sense. Why did I go to Legion and then go back again all of a sudden? Didn't I just do this? Is Zygo having a moment here? Travel to Dalaran? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Zygo's having a moment. Because it's trying to ask me to do this Khadgar's discovery as well, which is not here, it's in it's over this way.
Nobody touch it.
This is where blindly following the guide isn't the way to do it.
Get moving. It is a world of wonder.
Oh, Uniting the Isles. This is the world quest thing. Oh, well, this is why I don't have any world quests. Because I'd never come and spoke to Khadgar to unlock them, apparently. Well, that's,
Be mindful of your duty. Always happy to help.
Well, there's that solution solved, I would imagine. One? Valajar, complete 4 world quests in Stormheim. There's only 2 there. Maybe this is a PTR thing. 1. Okay, there's barely 4 world quests on my map. 1. Okay, the world quests are clearly bugged in somewhat shape or form then, because that's that doesn't seem right. Shouldn't there be like 5 or 6 world quests minimum in each zone? Surely. Yeah, that seems odd. There is a quest there.
Champion, as your new war chief, I share with you the burden
Oh,
of securing
shit.
our
I was meant to
future.
press that a minute ago. All the world quests were in Argus yesterday. Oh. Okay.
Let's get a move on. The Dark Lady's fleet is nearly ready to leave.
Nobody touch it. Not until our guest arrives.
Ethel Kanesh. I am Thalysra of the Shal'Darai, the Nightborn. First Arcanist in the court of Suramar. My people have made a dire pact. One that spells doom for this world. Time is
Looks like
short.
Josh has been in Soul's Discord too. He made a post which has been cross-posted to the remix feed Black Bugs channel.
You may be our last hope. Nala Kanesh.
We really need official posts or threads from Blizzard. Right now, content creators are allegedly screenshotting conversations here and posting them on Twitter, Blue Sky, as if they were official updates when they're not. At least according to you. Example. Souls, Blue Sky. Communication for Legion Remix feels scattered, similar to how things were handled in Midnight. Updates are coming from different creators and fan sites instead of a central official source. I'm not sure when Blizzard shifted to sharing information this way, but it isn't working. Players are upset and confused, and seeing unsourced screenshots make it feel like only certain people are in the know, while the rest are guessing. Oh, apparently it's not from this Discord, it's from Soul's Discord. That's really concerning. Legion Remix devs are looking into ways to satisfy the power fantasy again. When a WoW dev drops into your Discord channel and asks when your next feedback video is out, that's pretty validating. Since this isn't an official channel and I'm only one dev, I'll refrain from making any statements here, but please stay tuned for more updates. We haven't gone live yet. We're still listening and iterating. That said, I think you're right about a few things. Part of our initial design was a reaction to MOP Remix. We want all players to have fun and feel like they're contributing in group content. We're now being told that's not what many players want or expect from a remix, so we're investigating ways to satisfy the power fantasy while experimenting with new ideas. To me, remix is a space to explore new concepts like heroic world tier, but as you say, players are also relying on their previous knowledge of MOP Remix to set expectations. Remix is a lot of things to a lot of people. We're looking to make it as fun as possible for many different player types. We want all players to have fun and feel like they're contributing in group content. How is getting overpowered and nuking the living fuck out of a mythic raid boss not contributing in group content? Which is what everybody was doing throughout the majority of Mists of Pandaria Remix. We were investigating ways to satisfy the power fantasy whilst experimenting with new ideas. To me, Remix is a space to explore new concepts like heroic world tier. I don't really believe it is. I don't understand why I don't know. I don't totally... I know what they're going with. I know what's being, you know... I understand the concept behind that statement, but... This is, you know, the concept has already been done, right? Remix is... They created the concept of Remix. They gave us Mists of Pandaria Remix. A lot of feedback was given about Mists of Pandaria Remix, and so now it should be an iteration on that feedback from a proven concept. Wiping the slate clean and saying that Remix is a space to explore new content, new concepts like heroic world tier, is disingenuous to me because the Remix is the proven concept already. Remix isn't the PTR. Remix isn't and shouldn't be a, you know, I don't know, a concept testing test bed. Like, if you want, you know, hire 50 people, hire 100 people, do a focus group to decide whether that shit is liked. Using the live version of the game doesn't seem like a great idea to me. But as you say, players are also relying on their previous knowledge of Mists of Pandaria Remix to set expectations. We're not players, we're beta testers that pay for the privilege. It's funny because it's true. I'd imagine it's people that were doing 5-mans and getting carried. I got vote kicked out of numerous when I was doing it. My opinion, testing should be done with events on retail, not in Remix, which was loved by so many. Yeah, I already feel that Remix was the proven concept. They were like, well, wouldn't it be, the concept there was, wouldn't it be cool if we could go back to an expansion, play through it at an incredibly high speed, gain power like we have never seen before, to the point where you can crush nearly any piece of content within that expansion in your path very easily. And simultaneously to that, why don't we make it a really good way to allow people to collect some of the stuff from that expansion that may be left in the dust for a lot of people to go and get on the normal, live version of the game. That is the concept. Remix, that's the blueprint for Remix. And so when they said they were going to do Remix again, but in Legion, everybody was like, ka-ching, proven concept. We like that proven concept. Just give us the same proven concept. I don't want you to now take that proven concept and undo everything and present us with something different, but still give it the Remix name. If you want to test new concepts like Heroic World Tier, create a Heroic World Tier event. Let it run for a month and see if people like it. Don't hemorrhage something that's already proven as a concept. Like, yeah, it seems silly. It would be like if Ferrari turned around and said, you know what? We've got a new concept. We're going to make bicycles. But by making bicycles, we're going to stop producing the supercars that everybody knows us for. Why would you hemorrhage your own successful product to test something untested? But I do also agree. I think this is this is a little bit over the top. Soul is literally just trying to get information out there to people based upon stuff that is frustratingly buried away in personal content creators' discords. Yes, there is truth to the fact that an official something from Blizzard should probably come out first. When they give us a PTR build, it should come along with a statement that says that this is what we're trying to achieve with this. Not just giving people a PTR, letting people try and figure that shit out for themselves, and then saying, oh yeah, we're going to work on a blog post soon, TM. So there's definitely validity to the statement there, but honestly, this needs to stop is a bit over the top. A little bit over the top. Hashtag bring back Salvatore. Maybe.
You've arrived just in time.
I think it's fine if it's a testing ground for new interesting stuff. I don't see the problem with that, really. They just need to keep the power fantasy of the original. Well, yeah, if they copy-pasted Mop Remix into Legion, like most people wanted, and then gave us a Heroic World Tier on top of that, sure. But they've given us Heroic World Tier, and they've also simultaneously taken half of the Remix-esque blueprint away at the same time. So it makes it look like, well, you've got this now, instead of the thing that we already know you liked and wanted.
Remain vigilant.
That's what doesn't make sense.
Be careful, champion. The land of Suramar has
Like I
been
mentioned,
wild
if you've got a
for
proven
2,000
concept, you don't hemorrhage that proven concept in order to test something new. You test something new alongside the thing that already works. Oh, this is the Suramar quest line. I don't want to be starting the Suramar quest line yet. I'm meant to be doing the...
They must have come this way.
I'm going to be doing the High Mountain one. War Chief beckons. What is this one? I want to go do Suramar. This zone. Stormheim. That's the word I'm looking for. It's why the Bic pen hasn't been redesigned since the 1960s. It just works. Yeah, exactly. If you find something that works, like... It's the age-old phrase of if it's not broken, don't fix it. You've given it, like, if you wanted to test something new, give it a new name. This is my point. If they turned around and they said, this is Legion Classic Plus, you know, you've labeled it as something different. And so people would be more willing and open to something different. They didn't. They've called this Remix. And so it is not wrong to expect the Remix blueprint. Like... See if even on normal we get anything from killing the rares. Or whether killing the rares on the daily is going to be something that you prioritize for heroic worlds here, maybe. Bunch of mementos. Still only amassed to 300 infinite power, but 300 infinite power is, you know, you only get 500-600 from killing a boss in a dungeon, so it claims there's a quest here and there's not, because I think it starts up here. I think this is the intro quest, isn't it? Definitely don't think there is a quest down here. The game's lying to me. Yeah, there's not a quest down here yet. Light of the Black Feather. Like, where's the campaign quest to go do Stormheim? Very confused right now. Maybe I do just need to work through these. That's the quest line to get you into Suramar.
Champion, as your new war chief, I share with you the burden of securing our future. To that end,
Up the mountain
is
where the
preparing
ship
to
crashed,
sail
isn't
the
it?
broken
Maybe.
isles when you set foot in Stormheim.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it being over here somewhere, but okay. What's this call to action? Let's go do that one. This is one thing that's always surprised me about Blizzard, is that their desire to not give their customers what their customers want is baffling at times. For example, there are so many companies out there that genuinely spend millions, billions of dollars trying to figure out exactly what it is their customers might want. And yet Blizzard has their customers screaming at them, telling them exactly what they want. And yet they still don't often do much about it. Which is like, just
suspect
mental.
the Sea Witch grows impatient, eager to begin her campaign by conquering the Broken Isles. Helios foul magics.
It's what I've always referred to as like Blizzard's arrogancy. As a company, they are very arrogant in that they absolutely know best, and it's, you know, it's become a public meme a few times. You know, you think you do, but you don't. Like, it's the absolute epitome of it.
I've been expecting you.
Ah, here we go. World quests out here.
See you again soon.
The World Quest Unlock quest line. Okay, I genuinely didn't know this was a thing in Legion. That's something to remember for when we go back. That you might need to actually go out of your way to specifically unlock some of the World Quest stuff.
Strike her mystics down and return to me.
Kind of one of the reasons why I don't mind testing this in so much depth, because it's been a while since we played Legion. There's an awful lot of it that I don't really remember. It's the eye and the artist, I see that way, I know better kind of attitude. Yeah, they've always had it. They've always had it, and it's one of the I liken it to sort of, you know, you look at your Gordon Ramsays and your Cristiano Ronaldos of their respective fields, for example, right? When you are proven to be one of the best at what you do, which Blizzard clearly are, because World of Warcraft is a monster of a franchise and it's been around 20 years, you don't do that by mistake. So you do get yourself some, you know, you do get yourself some sort of free pass for a sense of arrogancy. But they're so front and center with it a lot of the times, even against all... And they don't have a perfectly clean track record either. This is the thing. If there are so many scenarios where players have been screaming at Blizzard that, why don't you do it this way? This is what we're looking for. This is how we want to play. This, you know. And then on the other hand, they turn around and say, please use our PTR. Please give us feedback. And it was like, well, come on. When we do, you don't listen. Oh, this rare as well. Where have you gone? Oh, yeah, this is the one you summon. You blow the horn. It's the ship. Ghost ship. Yeah, rares in normal worlds here don't really seem that valuable to kill. If you're going to do a sweep of the rares, you're probably likely to want to do it on heroic worlds here. Lots of things. But here's a question. What if I now transfer back? Because now I know I've killed this rare right now and I've looted it. today. If we switch Heroic World Tier on and then port back here, because Heroic World Tier has to be a different phase, and we kill the rare again on a Heroic mode, assuming we can. I'm not taking anything for granted at the moment. Assuming we can kill it on Heroic, does it give us loot again? Or is it going to be that rewards are locked in their entirety rather than per difficulty level? Annoying. The rare's not up again. Do I lurk in the area and see how long it takes for the rare to come back? Worth lurking for 5 minutes? Just for science? And a few other things for a minute. Rares often respawn really quickly. Yeah, I think they probably do and probably should. So I might just linger around here for a few minutes, see if it pops up again. Ooh, a sand just from killing a random ass mob. Take that. Oh no, this is a named mob. Oh Christ. Nearly 40 mil health. Yeah, actually going and changing my pet to have lust is not a bad shout. Empower Doge. Pet's dead. Ouch. $646 power just for that one pull. I need 32,000 and I got 24. Group mob farming does really feel like an early level 80 activity, you know. You've got some affixes. Engorged, explodes on death. Fellraiser, damage and health increased by 40%. Where's me pet? Crab do crab things. Let me find some more. Hang on. Heal up, heal up. Have you tried healing it now and then? Shush. Alright, the stupid pirate ship's not turning back up again, is it? Stupid rare. Me trying to... I'm probably being less than patient with this, but I thought switching into heroic world tier it would just be there anyway. Clearly not. Macro pet heal to pet attack, so I can heal it every time I send it. See, I don't have a pet attack button. I haven't done it here now, but I usually just macro pet attack in with kill command. But then whoever I want to kill command, the pet zooms to. So I already have a global cooldown attached to my pet attack. But yeah, that also works. Okay, doesn't seem to want to come back, does it? Oh, there's another rare here, though. Okay, well, maybe we can... It's a different rare, but we can try... Is that you? Carbon. We kill you on heroic now, or at least try. The sorry state of affairs would be as if we can't even kill the rares on heroic mode yet. I think we're fine. Still took a minute to kill it, though. Time to kill was still 1 minute. Oh, okay. So we got 200 infinite power, but we did get a fragment memento of the epoch challenges. We've got another one of those things. Where's it gone? Another one of these. So each rare on heroic world tier seems to give one of these, but that's going to be very inconsequential if you end up getting like 10 of them per boss in a Mythic Plus dungeon or something. The upgrade to our ring here isn't actually an upgrade. Really. It is, but it isn't. Our gear's still trash. Where's these things? Oh, sand. We'll take a sand. Oh, okay. So now I've killed this dude. Let's see if we can get this dude to spawn again on normal. I can stand here, actually, and I can just come out of... There we go. He's instantly respawned. He's now not tagged as a rare, look. Out of curiosity, let's just fly to a different zone and come back to him. There we go. Name change. Go back. Reset the phase. Okay, that's interesting. So rare loot. Rares are not difficulty specific. They are just account wide. If you loot a rare, but realistically, any rare you want to kill it on heroic mode. And you basically ignore the rares on normal mode. Because otherwise you then won't be able to kill them on heroic. Which is weird, but sure. Basically means you don't have to do it twice at least. Yeah, this is the remix PTR, yeah. Just testing a few things out, figuring how it plays.
This land is ancient.
Whatever happened to having mend pet and revive pet being the same button? Well, you used to just be able to have the pet utility button and they would switch automatically. Why they felt the need to change that? They changed that, I think, at the beginning of Dragonflight, and it really annoyed me. Because yes, having it be just one button that, well, if your pet was dead... I mean, you can make a macro that does something similar, but it's buggy and it doesn't always work.
Listen well. I've been expecting you. Seek your fate.
Oh, well, that's world quests unlocked out here. Barely, though, because we've got, in fact, not a single world quest unlocked. Okay, I think world quests are bugged. World quests seem very bugged. World quests seem real busted. Oh, we've got an infinite research to turn in. Okay. Things seem to be a little bit scuffed at the moment for some reason, and I don't quite know why. Maybe we need to get rid of some of these main campaign quests. Because it doesn't seem like we can properly even start half the quest lines out here. Just go Talon Rest and pick this quest up. I think this is just a side hustle quest rather than a campaign quest, but where's he gone?
Well met. Goodbye.
Yeah, this is 94 steps into this quest line. The Ranger's Lord quest isn't there. But there's some prerequisites, apparently. Even being able to start the quest lines out here, which is weird. Maybe I do have to do more of these campaign quests first. Don't remember this being a thing back in Legion. Now I've started a quest line, apparently I must finish it. You start Stormheim in Dalaran with that quest, the War Chief Beckons. This I thought... Where's Hunter on the list? Why is Hunter not on the list? Other Christ? Okay. Yeah, because this quest hasn't spawned in yet either. Let's try that. Let's try that. War Chief Beckons. Where's me Dalaran Hearthstone? that down on my toolbars, really, shouldn't I? Just hit 15.5 mil. Rose, you need to slow down. Welcome in, though, by the way. You're getting too rich too quick. Power's going to go to your head. Congratulations, though. Here we go.
Is it?
Oh, sure. Take a dungeon queue over literally everything else.
Are you familiar with the Vrykul? Towering, brutish warriors from an ancient stock. Subtlety is not a value they hold in high regard.
Slowly nomming my way through a packet of Jaffa cakes. Actual proper McVitie's Jaffa cakes. Oh, by the way, Team UK, my Brexiteers. Since when did they start putting only 9 Jaffa cakes in a packet? What happened to 12 Jaffa cakes in a packet? Have I been out the country that long? Only 18 in a box. There used to be 12 in a single packet. Scammed. Absolutely scammazed.
Truthfully, Stormheim holds another treasure.
The same price, I assume? Well, I mean, I imported them from the UK. I don't think I can really compare on price.
Of handling whatever trials stand between you and the Aegis. Nathanos has been training a new generation of rangers. They represent both our past and our future.
Shrinkflation, I know. To save the chubby children. Fucking take a walk.
What are we if not slaves to this torment? I think often about our future, hero. My people cannot reproduce.
I mean, actual McVitie's Jaffa cakes are the best.
Wither away eventually?
There are imitation cakes,
The Forsaken
but
will never stop fighting.
McVitie's do it best.
Not while I reign. Not when there are still beings out there with the power to stop death.
News from Captain Dreadwake, my lady. They have found the temple. The Oblivion has landed nearby. They are building fortifications now.
Token used to be 250 in the EU, 150 in the NA. Not sure what feels worse.
Send a bat.
I mean, 250 tokens in the EU is a dream.
We are the Forsaken. We will slaughter anyone.
Maybe for a brief minute at the beginning of an expansion launch, maybe possibly, but it really doesn't stay that way for long.
The Alliance will be a
If you can get 3 tokens for a mil, you feel like you're doing good in the EU.
Organize our defenses beginning with the rear. I want bat riders in the air and catapults at the ready.
My queen, your safety must be our first concern. Surely we can leave a few ships behind to...
Do not question me, Nathanos. Now go. Make for the eternity and bring this hero with you.
Yes, of course. Come along.
Not equipping anything other than an epic ring. Stop giving me non-epic jewelry, game.
A single gunship? Are they insane?
Didn't Milka get sued because they shrank their bars and also increased the price in secret or something? I don't know. The food industry does lots of shady things to try and, you know, maximize profit. I mean, it's not just the food industry, is it? Like, you find me a company out there that isn't trying their best to maximize profits in some way, shape, or form. What do we need? 9 of 30. Pew, pew. No, don't freeze me flipping. I was having fun with that. Yeah, it didn't work out very well for Nokia, did it? Try that again. Can't hit the damn thing. Stop moving. Fly slowly. How many more do we need? 8 more. Ah, flipping out. Pretty sure I can hit 20 million gold before the month is done if I don't spend any tokens on gold. That's a pretty spicy amount of gold to be making at this point in the expansion. You're going to make a lot of people envious of that one.
The bold fools are boarding my ship! Come on!
If I was actually more proactive about it, I could still be doing about 10 million gold a month. But I'm lazy. The irony is I could really do with actually making a bunch of gold at the moment. I'm still feeling the sting of buying the longboy. And probably 5 copies of The War Within still need to be paid for.
But it would be rude to show up without a gift. The apothecaries will have just what we need.
How many times have you summoned the longboy? My main character has it on his bars. The truth is I haven't used it that much.
Put them down.
But at least now I can say I have both of the longboy variations.
Filthy worgen. A beast in a hat.
I wonder if they're going to I wonder if they're going to do anything like
Red Riders,
I wouldn't be too surprised if Blizzard utilizes the anniversary event to sell the longboy every year now.
The mixture in these vials is extremely
So I do wonder if they will be cheeky enough to try again this this festive period.
Place a few vials near their ammunition. Before long,
I mean, it's one of those things that they must have made so much goddamn money off selling it last well, what was it? We'll just call it festive period because it basically was, wasn't it? It went away in January.
there is someone here I want to kill personally.
I can't believe they made anything less than 1 billion bags of money doing it last time. That, as we know, corporate businesses are usually not happy with making less money. So they're going to have to do something to the equivalent to make all of that money again. Because now that's become the standard. So, as gross as it sounds, I would not be too surprised to see them re-releasing Longboy 3.0. Now, the cries of cash grab will be real, but shareholders don't care. No path available. Where's me crab? Customizable one, swap between mailbox, auction house, repair, and swap its color. Who knows? I find it very hard to envision a scenario where they won't re-release it though. Because, you know, like I said, follow the money. Can you think of another mount or macro transaction at this point that they could release that would generate more revenue than what the Long Boy did last year? I can't think of much. No, I'm not the creative genius in the house here, but not to mention they also did that shortly after launching an expansion as well. Like 2 months after they'd already just launched an expansion. So it goes to show just how much they could not care less about absolutely bleeding people dry at this point. It's why I'm very interested to see how they sell decor, because to give Blizzard some credit, they have not yet sold tenders. They said they weren't going to sell tenders, and for all intensive purposes, they haven't sold tenders yet. Whilst they have bundled them in with other things, you've never just been able to straight up buy the tenders. But they've never said anything of the sorts for decor. So I'm expecting some serious microtransactions to kick in when decor when housing launches. So maybe saving your gold is not a bad idea. Is this up or down from where we are? I can't tell.
Slay them all for the Dark Lady! Monsters, you have no place.
Oh, why did my animation not go off? Me barrage thing for me all of the forest.
Stop holding back, old man. Show us the real you.
We can be absolutely sure there'll be hundreds of items in the store eventually. Yeah, I mean, if you think there's a lot of pets and a lot of mounts in the store right now, you ain't seen nothing. I'm convinced of it. You ain't seen nothing. My last Jaffa cake. The final one. On the topic of decor items, in my mind, there were two scenarios. One, it will be a goal-making haven. Or two, it will be an over-flooded mess and there'll be zero profit to make. And I stocked up mats for nothing. Please don't let it be region-wide.
Ready to fly.
If you've stocked up mats, you want it to be region-wide. Because
Keep it up.
the reality will be is if it's region-wide, it gives absolutely everybody the opportunity to craft and sell them. And with the materials also being region-wide, if all or at least the majority of decor items go on the region-wide auction house, the cost of those materials will quadruple for a while. There's no way you won't make a win on that. Absolutely no way you won't make a win on that. I've always gone with the theory that decor will be an absolute cash cow, very short term. But I'm not convinced there's going to be much long-term cash monies in it. There'll be a lot of fun to be had by going out collecting the recipes. There does need to be some form of limitation to how much any single individual can craft. And I think they're generating that via making crafters go farm their own lumber. Ultimately, I think it will end up being that you might be able to basically charge a flat rate for your lumber, and your profit will be your lumber. If any at all. But, you know, that will only last as long as the demand is there for them as well. There will come a point where even going and getting your own lumber and buying the rest of the materials, you will still probably have to sell it for, like, basically pennies. So you'll have to both put effort in and get not a lot out of it. That's just the natural path it will go if it's all on the region-wide auction house, which is why it'll be a blitz to bleed it for everything it's got as fast as you can for as long as you can, but knowing full well that it will crash to a scenario where it just won't be worth your time or the effort in most cases. The saving grace of all of this, though, is the fact that the actual volume of sales could be bananas because it's an inventory-based system. It's a quantity-based thing. It's not like transmog where you collect an appearance. If you want 10 blue chairs, you need to buy 10 blue chairs. You don't buy the appearance for a blue chair and then get to place it as many times as you like. This will mean certain items will sell in significantly greater... You know, tables, you might only sell individual tables, but chairs, you might then end up selling 8 at a time. As people want the chairs to go round the table, you know. Which I think could result in some interesting sort of interesting choices when it comes to what to craft and how much to craft and what to stock up and when to sell it and all of this sort of stuff.
Make it quick.
Aha, now the Stormline quest is kicked off properly. So yeah, you were right, boys and girls. I had to do that small little intro quest before we could start Stormheim proper. Gear upgrades here. Gauntlets of Malevolent Intent. They're not actually an upgrade. Just a side grade if I wanted to stack more crit instead of haste. Avoidance instead of leech. We get an upgrade this time. A trinket. A 3-stack Touch of Malice trinket. Well, that's better than our Arcane Aegis one for sure. Offensive instead of a defensive ability. Yes, please. I've been in this dungeon queue for over an hour. This is why testing dungeons and raids is borderline impossible on the PTR. And ha! You shall ask, you shall receive. Please, please, please. We've been in a queue for an hour. Oh, I did wonder for a minute if that DPS had died. Took so long for the queue to pop.
Champions to enter my realm. Behold, the halls of battle. This place will test your mettle. And if you are found worthy, the Aegis of Agramar will be yours. Do not let the gates fall. The blood of the unworthy will flow through these halls.
Ouch.
A battle well fought. A path forward is open.
So it's a heroic, yeah, heroic.
Before you lie
725 infinite power.
both Persia and
Who have we got in here? Let's just do a quick check who have we got in here. 41, level 41 Demon Hunter. Moody? I wonder if this is who I think this is. This Mr. GM's friend. Level 80 Paladin. Has he... Oh, okay. Much like myself, is playing it au natural. Tank is level 80 with boost gear, so should absolutely shred. Demon Hunter's level 8. Death Knight, sorry, is level 80 and is in boost gear, so should also shred. TLDR to that is I should beat the tank on DPS and I should beat this level 41 Demon Hunter on DPS. Everybody else should obliterate me.
Through great deeds of courage and valor, Persia has earned this most sacred of rights.
And we
She shall ascend as one of my chosen Valkyr, and her name shall echo.
fucking not do it like a moron.
Your Saladin will not deny Persia's assault. Nervous, Persia? It is understandable.
I am not nervous, only excited. All my life has led to this one glorious moment.
Spoken like a true Valkyr. Mortal intruders approach.
I witnessed their deeds in Stormheim. Their kind has no true honor, no true virtue.
The light!
I will purge them from these sacred halls myself.
The ritual.
Persia! The fury of the storm is yours to command!
I am bottom of the DPS. I'm being out DPS'd by a healer.
I will not fail you, Aegir! Begone from these hallowed halls!
The light embraces you, Persia.
Okay,
I am sorry, Aegir. I have
that was
failed you.
better. 2 Corrupted Dreams of the Thorn. Boss seems to be relatively the norm right now. 500 infinite power. 500 bronze. How's he doing this? Where's he pulling it to? Apparently nobody knows.
The mighty Fenrir stalks these grounds. It will take cunning and guile.
Want to sell Night Elf housing sets on cosmetics for 199,000 gold.
Your worthiness.
You joke, but I would not be too surprised to see things exactly along those lines. Because goblins will do goblin things, and there is definitely room for that kind of shenanigans. What the hell have I missed about this giraffe thing? What the Christ are you talking about? Giraffe looking hole. I've missed something. Sorry, the fact that it takes me over an hour to get into a single dungeon, I'm kind of quite locked in. Okay, I'm not getting leaped on, which is good. I'm being out DPS'd by a healer again. That's fucking delightful, isn't it?
You have earned my blessing, champion.
The frustrating thing is that this is a heroic dungeon right now, and we've got 2 players who should be absolutely obliterating. 2 players who are basically gear capped for the phase. 1 character that's still leveling. Tank is leveling au natural, like me. But this is more of a people have been playing their ass off for a week kind of experience right now. And this is just a heroic.
Your cries of anguish will echo through eternity.
Dragon, how we doing? Welcome in. What about Longboy parking bay as a housing deck or a looking hole? Oh, I see. I'm with you.
Embrace the abyss. I will take joy in crushing you.
'And got ported back. Oh, you got over to Colteras, did you? Yeah, I know a few people who've been trying to get to places they shouldn't be able to get to, if you know what I mean. It's all part and parcel of trying to break it before it goes live.
Seems you have bested me.
8. 2 more to get an item upgrade. Means if there's 5 bosses in a dungeon, a single dungeon could then end up being like 1 item level, a 1 piece of gear upgrade. Ah, a wife and a doggo appears. Please hold.
If these false champions will not yield the Aegis by choice, then they will surrender it in death! Give up the Aegis or die! You will die in agony! All my plans brought to ruin.
Hey Elma. Hello. Been brought a puppy. Means you can start using puppy cam again.
I never thought I would
No, not a 2-man puppy job this time. Mrs. Manthias is going to the flower shop. She's not feeling well, so she's going to the flower shop to buy herself some flowers. I don't know where the puppy is. Well, there's big Nipsu dog. Oh, the puppy is in the water bowl. Do you have an idea when it goes live? 8th of October is the rumoured date, but that's not official from Blizzard. Got some alts I'm looking for, want to do them during Remix for faster leveling. Remix isn't faster leveling right now, at least via early testing. It potentially will be, but it might not be faster until you've already leveled 4 or 5 characters. It took me 10 hours to level this character to 80, and this was with already having some EXP bonus from the first time. Now, admittedly, that was just by questing. There is probably going to end up being a meta for faster, but it's still not going to... It certainly doesn't feel like, short term at least anyway, it's going to be any faster than retail for leveling alts. What did we get at the end of that then? I got 800 infinite power. I am going to queue for this if other people are doing dungeons. It takes me an hour to get into a queue. I'm not going to instantly leave a group if there's the option. We only need DPS. That should be light work. I didn't get any corrupted thorns off those last 2 bosses, so... Oh, I got 1 in that box. It's just bronze. Whoa, hold up. I opened a box and I got 4,000 bronze from somewhere. The box I got there gave me 4,000 bronze, I'm quite sure. Oh, our tank has left. It's annoying. Fish has doubled in price. Might go do some fishing. Get on it. Get on it. Oh, take a look at the heroic dungeon lockout. Unlocks, yeah, daily. Unlocks at 7:59 server time. It's 3:41 in the morning server time right now. Oh, and our healer's left. Fuck. Okay, well I guess I am waiting another hour to do a dungeon then. Don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, daily on a heroic dungeon. But let's not forget that that's only for specifics. Random dungeon will still put you in one, even if you've done them all. Don't forget. Much like retail, you can spam heroic dungeons all day long. I was only picking a specific one for that because I had a quest for it. I've got Neltharian's Lair to do as well for a quest. Class Hall skips is the main thing I want for my hunter. Need Feathermane, Taming. And I'm new, so I've never done Legion and don't feel like grinding it out on the hunter. Well, be aware there's a lot from Legion that isn't going to be in Legion Remix. It's not like Remix is not like Classic, where it's just the whole expansion, and anything you missed from that expansion you can go and get. It's the same landscape, but the vast majority of the stuff is in it, but there's an awful lot of stuff that is also not in it. I don't know about the specifics of the class hall skips and stuff. You can do the class hall missions and whatever, quest lines. But it's not quite the same as... if that sort of stuff you kind of want, you're probably better off doing it in retail, honestly. If it's still available in retail. It's not going to be a quicker experience, let's put it that way, in Remix by the looks of things. I should pretty much just be able to tag anything in sight. Go.
No sign of Sylvanas.
Either way, I should probably be queued for a heroic dungeon. Just because it's kind of what you would be doing when the game goes live anyway. Whilst you're busy doing other stuff.
Eat up, lads! We've a witch to hunt! You won't stop my hunt!
What's the gameplay loop look like after hitting level 80 during dungeons, raids on the daily lockout plus quests? Well, so far it looks to me like heroic world tier you might do for a few things. You might look at doing a lap of killing the rares on heroic world tier. That is something you could arguably be doing in between dungeon queues. Now, obviously, if you're a class that plays, class that can and you are willing to play the healer/tank classes, you're likely to have almost insta queues. But for any DPS role, you could probably activate heroic world tier, do a lap of the rares, do that in between waiting for your dungeon queues to pop. You will probably be farming the dungeons. It's really difficult to decide because you gotta rank where the useful stuff is coming from. At the moment, it feels like you are going to spend a lot of your early time just continuing to lore master. If you haven't done a lot of the questing during your leveling, you will then probably do most of it once you've hit 80, because it's the quickest way to get these corrupted thorns of dreams, I think. Unless you are absolutely obliterating dungeons. Because for every 10 of these you get an upgrade. And you are going to want to work your way up to 630-ish gear in the first phase. And each upgrade is likely to come like this. Although it's given me a real stupid trinket that I definitely don't want to use. That's annoying. And my dog is eating the wall. Alma! Alma, hey! Look at the puppies. Look at my puppies. This is Alma. She's getting bigger, look. She's getting much bigger, look. Getting bigger every day, aren't you? Bigger every day, yes. Bigger every day. Wait. She's growing up faster than my hairline's receding. It's pretty impressive. Let me grab a drink, hang on. Can somebody fact check that? Fish. My plan is Lore Master on the first character, then spend the first 2 time-gated weeks leveling and deleting alts until we're allowed to get more power and content. Yeah, with the pace of everything right now, you will definitely be kept busy in that first couple of weeks. The first couple of weeks is also going to be the period of time where everybody just figures out what is optimal to do. I think we will see a huge amount of where the hell is the power kind of comments in the first week. I don't think that is going to change all that much. But it's not like we haven't tried to warn them of this. Yeah, doing as many quests as you possibly can to get these caches of infinite treasure, because when these give you 1 or 2 of these every time, this is without a doubt the quickest way to start your journey. But yeah, alternatively, the first week could be just utilized for leveling some alts. There's the chance that players might want to play a couple of different classes in this. Yeah, lore mastering, getting a nice boost to your leveling percentage for those alts quite quickly could be useful. Useful use of the time, if nothing else. I'm on 73% experience gains, but by the time I do the lore mastering in all the zones, that'll be closer to 100. Do your daily research quests, because you're going to need to do 20 of those to unlock the ability to just get more of them. Based upon the fact they seem pretty stubborn on not changing the time gating, we are just going to have to figure out, well, if it is going to be there, what's the best way to utilize it? Making and saving the bronze. Don't forget you are capped at 500,000 bronze. So you can't amass everything you need for the later phases, annoyingly. Almost like they thought that people might do that. And I think much like Mop Remix, the ability to grind bronze will become significantly better once you are more geared. I think that first 500,000 bronze will take the longest to get. From that point on, you might be able to get it much quicker. Because the theory is that you should be able to do the higher tier content faster and easier. Should, in theory, also give more bronze at the same time.
Dark Lady, watch over you. I am forsaken.
Alma, stop eating the wall. Hey. Not a chew toy. Break it. Wall devourer. Well, it's not strictly the wall, it's the skirting boards, but I don't want to have to start replacing all the skirting boards either, to be honest. But yeah, figuring out what the gameplay loop is going to be is a little bit difficult right now. Because I can't thoroughly or easily test the dungeons or the raids, because it takes me an hour to get into one, and then I get one. And I can practically say I've not done a single raid this entire testing phase, because getting into LFR is almost impossible. So I don't really know how I'm going to adequately test that aspect of it.
Inside, you will find paths.
There we go. Alma, hey! Hey! Away. Away. Go on. Play with all toys. 500 euros of dollars. Play with the damn thing. Raids in the flipping wall. Did a couple of raids with Mr. GM, mostly boosted characters. Was pretty easy. The trash was more difficult than the bosses. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I mean, you kind of would hope. Like I said, the fact that you are meant to be able to do the raids from, you know, from level... What's the unlock levels of them? 20 and 30 maybe? You should be able to queue up and do the raids very, very early on. Challenger's Tribute. Oh, quest item. Away! Dog is not listening, is she? Hey. Gingerbread. Very slow. Get a leaf from. Bar a silly pocket. I knew getting given a dog would slow down our ability to do anything. She's gone to lie over there to wait until I'm not paying attention. Clearly, she be sneaky, sneakies. I do need a bunch of those tribute caches, okay.
Your bones crunch!
She's doing it again. Right. Almas. Don't want to listen. Do she? Tell you. Fuck it. This way. Puppy cam not work? Or was I away from... Oh, was I AFK when you did it? She should now be there. Attached to the lead. This way she learns when she's on the lead. She has to stay close. Can't wander off and wander off and eat a wall.
The rightful champion is nowhere to be found. Oh well, the heads of the other champions will have to suffice.
I think we are gonna need a third phase of testing for Remix before it goes live. Because as it stands at the moment, the testing phases are just generating large amounts of negative PR more so than anything else. They need to give us a phase where it is genuinely a bit of a, like, this is the actual endgame, so that people know what they're likely working towards. Because at the moment it just feels a little bit like it's a trust me bro situation. All the feedback we're telling them is that we don't get powerful, we don't really feel as if we're ever going to get that level of power, and you know, Blizzards are like, oh but you will, and that trust me bro scenario is probably not helping their case. Because they're not showing us anything outside the first phase. They're giving character, and I already think that there is some misguidance here, that they've put the ability to boost your character to level 80 and boost your gear, and people are believing that that is it. That is literally it. Arguably quite rightly, because the time it takes to grind out your gear to 6 6:30 is probably about a similar amount of time as it took players to grind out max gear in Mop Remix. This is where a lot of the complaints stem from, that people that play have tested this in depth and also played Mop Remix a lot. My feedback from Mop Remix was I still thought leveling took too long. Like, not leveling, but gearing took too long. 60 hours of play to fully gear your character felt like way too much to me. I thought you should be able to do it in 20. Now, in 20 hours, in Legion Remix, you get your character to level 80, and you might get 615 item level gear. But instead of making the gearing take less time, they have put time gates in, which act as a very strong distraction to just how much time you are actually spending. Because you could spend 40 hours in the first week getting your gear up to speed, and then, oh, you now need to go spend another 20 hours every 2 weeks re-upgrading your gear. So it distracts from the fact that the overall gearing actually could take you flipping 100+ hours. Also known as building the fucker for engagement.
Your ancient rites and rituals,
Which is why I don't think half the feedback is invalid.
I will conquer your trials
And why I think Blizzard needs to come out and give us a preview, if nothing else, of what the game will be like once we have fully geared, and an estimation to how long they expect it to take us to get there. Because right now, players are just not believing them. The early level 80 experience does seem to have been smoothed out a little bit as well from last phase. I'm only a few hours into being level 80, just tinkering around, and I do feel stronger than I did last time. Or when I say stronger, I mean I am not in any danger of dying, but I'm still got absolutely zero chance of like running through the dungeons, or there is a statute of limitations on how long I can do this for, because quests, I can only do the quests once. Once I've lore mastered the zones, which is on the to-do list, and is something that will be on to players' to-do list quite early on, especially if you want to level alts. Once you have lore mastered, you're going to be left in a weird scenario where it's like flipping world quests and daily quests and dungeons and stuff, and if you can't then go and run the dungeons as much as you would like, it's just not overpowered enough. The whole thing's just not overpowered enough. Or it might be, but my expectations is that it could take you 100 hours to get there. Without just spamming +10 Mythic Plus dungeons literally all day. Best part of Mop Remix was the full raids of people in Murloc suits that was from the store. I've not used a single transmog mount or pet from it. Ah, yes. Big Pantheranthius running around in the Murloc suit.
Powering up archive device.
Skova has tasted the Legion's power. He will claim the Aegis and grant its power to us. This land will be ours.
Played Legion, so I'll probably skip this remix, not hearing cackling joy in your voice. I've said from the word go, I want to love this mode because I loved Mop Remix, regardless to the fact that I've also played Mop an awful lot. And I've even used the phrase when giving feedback directly to Blizzard, I want to love it, but you're making it very hard to.
If you wish to claim the Aegis, seek these ancient rulers and prove to them your merit.
Right, let's get a gear upgrade. Look at this time, gauntlets. Side grade, that's annoying. Oh, that's randomly an upgrade. We take that. Aha! Draconically epic. It's an interesting achievement to pick up. I'll tell you what I do need to do. We need to get rid of some of this gear, don't we? Yeah, the 1125 PTR, yeah. Oh, I wonder if we've got enough infinite power to finish our artifact weapon yet. Should be nearly there. All this low level jewellery. Nobody cares about low level jewellery. Or low quality jewellery, I should say. Never equipping any of that. Do we not get any ash out of that at all? No ash out of that to upgrade the item level any further. Okay. Have we got... Oh, 38,000. Okay, we have. We can now finally finish our artifact tree. That, unironically, took me longer to do than it did the first time round. That's probably because... Well, not longer to do in terms of physical time spent, but longer to do in terms of the fact that I've already been 80 for ages before being able to unlock this. I locked this before even dinging 80 last time round. But in terms of physical time, it's probably not that different. Oh, are you sad depressed now, puppy? Because I've told you can't eat the wall. I told
the keeper of this vault, it is my duty to test the might of those who wish to proceed. Prepare yourself!
She's over there for now. You probably can't see her very well, but she's looking this way.
Unbelievable. Decades of waiting without a worthy challenger, only to be beaten twice in the same day. You have passed the trial.
Wait, where'd you go? Hello?
Trial of Might sequence concluded.
What now? Was that the... This thing not... Okay. Gotta wait for it to respawn or something then maybe. The last person that was here. Sticky Rice, welcome in. Such a very cool name. Sorry, very sticky rice. Not get you mixed up with the average stickiness of the rice. Why can I not activate this dude to turn up? Oh, here we go.
Trial of Might.
Here we go.
I hope you are ready to face your first trial, outsider. As the keeper of this vault, it is my duty to test the might of those...
We rename it Footcam, then link it to OnlyFans. Might be a good side hustle.
Prepare yourself!
Maybe. I have considered just getting some cheap webcams and just dotting them around different places and making them be like channel point redeems. Just so then, you know, people can play hide and seek with the puppies. And yes, we could make a foot cam.
Only to be beaten twice in the same day. You have shown true valor today, and for this I shall grant you a boon. Hold aloft your weapon, outsider, and receive a gift from the Titans.
Give me your
It
boon.
is done. May our power aid you
Got
when you
booned.
need it most.
Nice.
This land is ancient.
Hey, it's you! I'm getting stir crazy here. Please tell me we're going in.
We nearly... 584 seems to be the best gear that can come out of these boxes. Which makes me think we are now in the realms of... The only upgrades we actually get are going to come from... Yeah, these Corrupted Thorns are literally our only source of actual straight upgrades now. Oh, Arcane Aegis. Why do I keep getting jewellery with stupid Arcane Aegis on it? Nobody... Ah, okay. Nobody wants the healing shit. That's really boring. This is another bit of feedback that has been given to Blizzard, is that the way you level up your gear is very RNG. It's all flipping opening boxes, collect tokens, cross your fingers that you get something useful. It's all very gamba. Whereas at least in Mop Remix, you would grind out your bronze and it was deterministic upgrades. You know, oh, okay, right. Sure, you had to upgrade everything sort of in a spiral. Couldn't just zug one thing to max. But at least when you went to do an upgrade, you did an upgrade. This time, you do things that give you tokens, and then you pray to RNGesus that token gives you an upgrade. That's also going to mean that where jewelry is concerned, you're just praying that you get the good stuff that works, that you want. It's entirely random. You know how players feel about random. Alma Bears, what you doing all the muffins for? Is it because Nips was on the sofa and you're too small to get on the sofa? Nips was on the sofa. Alma's annoyed she can't get on the sofa. Oh, now she's peed on the rug. Dog, live on stream. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Actually. Monster. Being an absolute monster. For not letting me eat the wall, exactly. Even Mop had Valor. Well, yeah, that's I think if given the choice of a deterministic upgrade path or a completely RNG upgrade path, people would probably take the RNG upgrade path, but only if it was faster. You know? If it was faster, people might go, alright then, we'll give us the RNG one. But if it's slower and RNG, then... Can anybody remember the numbers? I think it was about 15,000 bronze to do an entire round of upgrades in Mr. Pandaria. It might... In fact, no, it might have been a bit more than that. Maybe it was like 40,000 bronze. To upgrade everything by like one band or one tier. I can't remember the exact numbers, but it still meant that you could go out, you could farm your bronze, and once you'd farmed up enough bronze, you knew you could go back to the NPC and you could upgrade all of your gear by one rank, and then you'd go back out and you'd be stronger. And while it took a long time and it was a bit repetitive, having to do it like 10 times to spiral your way all the way up to maximum gear,
Good luck out there.
There's no denying it was deterministic. You knew where you were going with it, and because you could get bronze via literally doing anything, you could go and do your favourite activity to do it. Whereas now the gearing is kind of like, okay, you need to do the things that are going to give you the caches of infinite treasure, or the things that are going to give you these specifically, and you're going to rinse and repeat those as much as you can. Once again, locking you into doing the content that is the most optimal content, not the content that you might want to do. Now, I know some people stood in AFK farms and farmed bronze for hours and hours and hours, which you would argue, because it's the most optimal, was the route that some people would take. But there are literally some activities that don't give you these corrupted thorns of the dreams. So if you're not doing them, you're not upgrading your gear. It's from a game design perspective, it's just not as good. Like, regardless of like numerical values, regardless of balancing, the actual gameplay design just is not as good than what we've already had. What they've done is locked it behind Mythic Plus and group content, as opposed to letting the soloers have fun. In the early phases, it looks like that's definitely going to be the case. Maybe in the later phases, if we are actually able to unlock some sort of god tier level OP-ness, then maybe you might be able to go back and do some more solo-y stuff, but it certainly doesn't look like it's a viable option in the early weeks of it, regardless of how much you play. And, unironically, this flipping Maw of Souls could end up being the quickest and fastest 3-boss Zug, much like it was back in Legion. Like, replicating the Legion experience with making you do Maw of Souls 5,000 times a day would be an accurate representation of Legion life. Is not necessarily the thing I would have suggested them replicate so accurately. Where are we going? Lost. Alma, why is she now trying to nom the carpet, girl? What did the floor do to you? The wife clearly had the dog whilst she had her nap, and now she's woken up. She's brought her straight over to me. And I'm having to deal with the zooms. Oh, now I've been locked out. Fucking great.
The flesh burdens the soul, a nuisance that must be flayed from your bones. Arise, servitor. Claim our blood debt.
Boosted level 80 prop paladin, 623 item level gear, soloed normal rookery without any other issues than it feeling just slow. The rewards aren't worth it.
Life, death, I am but one ripple in the eternal ebb.
I've tried to give this feedback back as well. A lot of people have turned around and are like, we would like the gems back, we would like stacking secondary stats. And that feedback is valid, but what I've tried to do is I've tried to sort of say why. And the synergy of a lot of the gems was what made players overpowered. item level mattered nearly more than anything else for like base level of power. Your base level of power came from your item level. Your threads gave you the secondary stat stuff that eventually it stacked high enough to matter, but initially it didn't matter that much. If we don't kill the Mistcoilers, this isn't going to work. Being able to go in and just absolutely nuclear raid bosses was based upon the gem system more than it was anything else. Few people throwing Ward of Salvation on the tank, then all of the healers using their gem. I can't remember what their super duper mega healing gem was, but they all use that gem on the tank, make a huge great big bubble absorb, then bursts and does ludicrous damage. That was actually where a good 60 to 70% of all damage in raids came from, was a synergy of, you know, a clever synergy of the gems. It wasn't actually players themselves. Players were still able to do like 5 million sustained DPS themselves, but when you saw players doing 20, 30, 40 million damage on burst, it was because of the gems. And that's what was nuclear deleting like the raid bosses. And it was only later into Mr. Pandari Remix where players were so powerful themselves, they were, you know, their 10 million DPS sustain was strong enough to solo stuff as well.
I am losing my patience.
And so this is why not having the gem system in the game for Legion Remix at all is a big contributing reason to why stuff is not going to just instantly fall over.
What manner of creatures are you?
But by not having the gem system in the game, they can quote-unquote balance it better. And this is one of my criticisms of a lot of stuff that Blizzard does, is they balance the fun out of shit. This isn't meant to be a mode that's particularly balanced. By design, it's meant to be silly and broken. And that's what made... That was the appeal to a lot of people for MOP, that it was just not balanced and it was broken, and that made it fun.
Do you think you have won? You have merely survived the storm. The seas are unstoppable.
Yeah, even 584 out of these loot things. So even running dungeons is going to get to the point where you're unlikely to see upgrades via running dungeons other than from getting these corrupted thorns. So once you run out of quests to quickly get these, you are going to be in a rotation. I am getting 4,000 bronze from each dungeon though. 4,000 bronze from each dungeon at the end is going to add up quickly. Oh, our tank's oh no, our tank's here. No, our tank's actually a healer. Oh, okay. Our tank left again. Average wait time is 12 minutes for a tank. And the healer left. Oh, that means that number goes up to an hour then. Has Blizzard actually come out and said what the goal for Lemix is? No. They really desperately do need to put a blog post out though, defining what they want it to be. Because they seem to have a very, very different idea of what they want it to be to what the player base seems to want it to be. There's a clash of opinions pretty aggressively at the moment. these 3 goats, or do all these count as one? You slap the goat and they run away. Oh, kill drakes, you will automatically get this quest eventually. Oh, okay. And if we don't like the answer, then at least you can see if it does contribute to it. And it would make choices a bit easier to understand. In the long run, it might actually save the event because the expectations get properly managed. I've said this all along, that if they came out and said what they're actually aiming for is more of a Legion Mythic, Legion Classic Plus style event with this, then sure, absolutely, we'll base it on those merits of it being them trying something new. But they labelled it Remix, and we spoke about this earlier on in the stream, that by the fact that they've labelled it Remix, then we assume, because we can only assume because they haven't told us otherwise, we assume they're attempting to achieve a similar scenario to MOP Remix. It's not outrageous to assume that the goals are the same. Because you've called it the same damn thing, right? For example, another great example of this is The Joker, the film. The first film, Oscar award-winning, absolutely incredible film, really good. And then they released Joker 2, and it's a fucking musical. And people are like, what's this bullshit? I didn't sign up for a musical. And it got slated. Quite rightly. Much like with Remix right now, is that if they end up giving us something that clearly isn't a remix, and don't tell us that they're trying to do something different, then it's not our fault if we turn around and go, well, this ain't fucking Remix. This is a watered down version of Legion with a Classic Plus style twist to it. And I say watered down because if they were going to do a Legion Classic Plus, you'd expect them to add legendaries, add the Mage Tower, add all of the features and functionalities, add professions, You would expect it to be the Legion expansion with a twist. So they got to come out and tell us what their game plan is, really. Because the longer they leave people guessing, the more the feedback is going to stack up that this isn't what it's labelled as. And I mentioned this yesterday, that the gameplay is absolutely fine as something to keep you busy, as a side hustle sort of thing. If this was going to be a bonus game mode, like a Season of Discovery kind of thing, it was going to be around 6 to 9 months, run alongside, have a few distinct phases, I could get behind that. And I could give them feedback on it based on those merits. But for as long as it's got the Remix tag, I'm going to base it upon that standard set of rules that we had from the last Remix. I don't think I am going to get that quest. Where do we turn this in? There you are. Hiding.
What is it, Ace? See ya.
Go on, give me something good. Boots. Item level upgrade. Hop over a dragon. 6. One more.
You are too late, weakling. Even now, we break the dragons to serve us. Only I possess the power of the Thorinyear. The Aegis will be mine. Give up, outsider. You are not worthy of the halls of valor.
This ought to be good. Now you're on your own from here. Good luck.
So I'm mulling over exactly what and how to present my feedback so it conveys that I am enjoying it, just not as much as I could be. Yeah, I tried my best yesterday or day before to sort of put it into words to just sort of how I feel the fun should go, if that makes sense. Defining fun, and I syndicated my feedback in a few places. Posted it on the forums. I posted it in the creator Discord, which also houses a lot of the devs. Posted it in the secret finding Discord as well. Just sort of basically saying that at the moment with a lot of it's a lot of small things that don't quite add up right. Especially since what we had in Mop Remix added up better. Because I understand, from a Blizzard perspective, when somebody says it's just not fun, what do you do with that information? Like, what's not fun? And in the first phase, the feedback was mostly revolved around the fact that everything was so goddamn slow. And everything was absolutely ridiculously slow. You never felt as if you got powerful. So they went away and they tweaked some numbers, and now things aren't quite as slow. But that hasn't changed for me the fact that the gameplay loop still isn't that fun. So I tried in a little bit more detail to actually state what I thought fun is categorized as. Now, these are only my words, but my take on it, I can show you. I did post it in the Discord, but I can showcase it as well. Where'd I put it? So my descriptor of this for fun, so defining fun, things need to matter to be fun. Right now, mementos don't matter. Multiple different ones, named different things, different rarities, but they all do the same thing. They add a small amount of infinite power to the pile. And eventually, you don't care about the pile until it goes above 50k. Which means the whole memento system, you couldn't care less when you loot them. Completely doesn't matter. Not fun. Having them individually giving secondary stats is a good way to fix this, but when they just give stamina, nobody cares. And why would you? Stamina's the most boring of all the stats. Hence why they give you double of it, historically. And more than anything else, it was, it was an schmucks moment, shit, damn, when you got stamina previously, because you were looking for main stat, or you'd take the secondaries. Your artifact ability, it only kind of matters, but because it's a cooldown nuke button, you press it, shit, goes boom, then you wait for it to come off cooldown until you can press it again. Nothing really game breaking. It's fun when you can press it, but then you're waiting. The artifact traits don't matter a lot at all. All of them are basically entirely passive. Have very little synergy with each other. There are some of them that synergize, but to get the best out of that synergy, you are then going to need to stack them on your jewelry. Doing such is going to be difficult because the traits are fixed on your jewelry. There's no way for you to change them. You're back at the mercy of RNG to get the jewelry that has the right traits on you, whilst also preferably getting the jewelry at the higher item levels. I dinged level 80 with an item level 35 trinket, by the way, because it was epic and it had traits that were useful to my build. I did not replace that trinket the entire leveling journey. I plead you to read through the list of gems that we had to choose from in MOP, just to emphasize how bland the traits are in Legion. The MOP trait, the gems in MOP, just in case you guys want to do exactly that, out of curiosity, go and have a little read at the Gems of Remix Missa Pandaria. Have a little read at some of those. Now, of course, not everybody used all of them all the time. People switched them out. But the fact they were there and allowed you to, choose which ones you thought were fun was cool. And for the most part, a lot of them, there was a lot of passive ones, but the main ones were also active abilities as well. You compare the gem system we had to the traits that we get on the artifact weapon, and it's just night and day. Being told that you've had enough fun today is not fun. The phasing has to go. Just make the raids have slightly stronger mobs, reward slightly higher loot if your goal is to create quote-unquote profession. There's almost zero fun in reaching a point where you're walled off from progressing further, especially since it's clear to almost everybody that any real silly, overpowered gameplay is going to be locked away until the end. These are the things that I sort of think would help build extra fun into it that we had in MOP Remix that have been taken out of Legion Remix for no real good reason. And probably big contributing factors to why some people are going, why doesn't this feel fun? Why does this not feel how I remember it? The added fun I finished off will not come from just tweaking the numbers when there's more foundational issues to why it feels bland, hamstrung, and built for long-term engagement. Simply the same game but with a new map is all most people want from Remix. I want to like it, but it's very hard to do in its current form. This was feedback I gave straight to Blizzard. I posted it in the Discord so others could read over it, but trying to do something that is actually like, this is what I think fun is, and this is an example of why something is fun when something else is not fun. Tried to make that as clear as possible. Can you do professions in Remix? No, there's no professions in Remix. You eating the wall again, dog? Oh my lord. You can't put the tennis ball. So, this character is nearly 16 hours old. "16 hours, we've dinged level 80. We've started our gearing journey. We're already at the point when pretty much any gear drops don't matter. Our only source of upgrades comes from Corrupted Thorns. So farming these as effectively as possible becomes the gameplay loop now, until our gear is capped for the phase. And my suspicion is there's probably 20 hours of gameplay until you've capped it for the first phase. But capping it for the first phase still doesn't really mean that you can solo dungeons unless you happen to be a tank class. And even then, it's the normal dungeons that aren't really of much particular value to solo anyway. That kind of thought process and gameplay loop is kind of out the window for the first phase at least. It might be feasible later, but we're kind of just having to trust Blizzard on this one at the moment because we can't see it. And this is the problem for me. This is a 90-day minute event. This is a 90-day event. This level of pacing wouldn't be out of the ordinary for an expansion release. 16 hours of gameplay on an expansion release, you'd expect to have a max level character and be starting to gear up. This isn't an expansion release. This isn't a piece of content that we're going to have for 18 months, 2 years. This is a 90-day mini event. So I still think that everything needs to be amped by like 3 times. Within 20 hours, I feel I should be pretty much fully geared for that phase. It doesn't seem like if they're going to go the phasing route, the least they can do is allow us to get to the phase cap relatively quickly. Because a lot of people don't mind the fact that it's a 90-day event. But a lot of people also simultaneously don't want to feel like they've got 90 days of grindy gameplay to see out the whole event either. If they're going to do phases and you're going to put a wall in that says you've had enough fun for today, come back in 14 days' time, then at least give us the courtesy of allowing us to absolutely blast and get to a point where we're strong within that phase. Otherwise, what you might find, the worst case scenario is you're gonna you know, let's say you spend, I mean, let's not forget, 20 hours in a week is like a part-time job, right? Only because I get the luxury of playing this game for a living can I designate that amount of time to a video game. It's not normal for people, for your average player to be able to do that, right? So 20 hours could easily, I mean, I'm 15 hours deep on this character, but 20 hours could literally be 10 hours a week. 10 hours a week for the average player is a good amount of gameplay. You might find that you play within those 20 hours, you start getting relatively strong, and then they move the goalposts, and you go back to being weak again. And then you spend another 20 hours catching up from being weak to being strong again, just in time for them to release another phase, and you get pushed back again. But admit there is also some aspect of saying that, well, if you do only get to play like 10 hours a week, it might take you 4 or 5 weeks to get to the super overpoweredness anyway. But if that's the case, then why are you restricting the players who do have more time to play from going and doing it as well? I had this discussion yesterday that I have absolutely nothing against people who want to take it slowly, want to take it methodically, and don't want to spend 25, 30 hours a week playing the game. But players that want to take it slowly and do it methodically and don't have too much time to play also don't have the right to say that people that do want to play it more shouldn't be able to. And nor does Blizzard... Nor do I think that Blizzard should be able to say that either. Because we pay a monthly subscription to play this game. And the terms and conditions within that monthly subscription is that we can play the game as much as we desire within that period. I don't know, I get overly passionate about this. So I should probably, like I said, I've already said I need to just try and pretend the phasing isn't there because it annoys me every time I think about it.
The storm is my ally.
Most people don't play the game 8+ hours a day, so for a regular person who gets maybe 12 hours a week, they'll barely get one level 80 character in the entire first phase.
I stand with you.
This is why I think progress should be fast. Like, it's a Zug Zug mode. Where's the Zug Zug so far? You've been talking non-stop about time gating of Remix since Wednesday? Okay. Broken record situations coming into play. I hear you.
I am free! You are a true savior, outsider. Speak to Bathir! He will take you to the summit!
But this is my small little attempt, if nothing else, to a crowd of less than 100 people to try and, you know, showcase the situation before it hits live.
The storm's fury awakens. The Drekkajar have upset our ancient pact. It is time they face the...
Should we try... I mean, I don't know if it's worth even contemplating, but... Should we try a dungeon or something? I could always... In fact, we could spend a little bit of time on the boost character. Play around with what is representative of, like, fully Phase 1 geared. Even though I'm slowly getting the impression that getting fully Phase 1 geared is probably 30 hours of effort. Since I'm 15 hours in right now, we've dinged level 80. And a few hours since dinging level 80, running around doing quests, weaving in some dungeons as and when possible. There's, it's still going to take quite some time to even reach item level 600, never mind 630. Which is the cap. Our artifact weapon actually is slightly stronger now. I wonder how the ash works. I wonder what the mechanic for it behind the scenes is. I think it probably only drops ash when your overall gear starts to exceed what this is. It was broken and it didn't work in Phase 1. They have said it should drop faster.
The trial of will, and you have also gained an ally. Hold aloft your weapon, outsider. Accept the
Don't get who the player base is for this game mode.
as a gift for your selfless acts. He wing with the
It's very...
and show these Vrykul the true fury of the
its
storm.
identity is very muddied. What doing, Doge? Oh, you eating your cardboard box? That's acceptable, even if it's noisy. Because there's elements of this that is clearly designed for Giga Grinders. Alright, the upgrading of your gear and the artifact weaponry is clearly designed for the Diablo ARPG, Giga Grinder, 60 hours a week kind of players.
Suffer the wrath of the Thorinir!
Because realistically, at this pacing, they're the only people that are gonna feel strong anytime soon. I can't imagine people are going to get that far with this game mode in any way, shape or form unless they are able and willing to designate at least a full-time's job worth of hours every week to it. Which for a side hustle minigame is bananas to say. Because people don't want to put more, you know, there are players out there that enjoy tinkering in World of Warcraft. They go do their raid with their guild. They raid, look at raid loggers. Raid loggers play the game for like maximum 10 hours a week. They log in with their guild, they go kill the raid, but they still feel that they get that sense of progression within that period of time. Sure, an expansion launch or whatever, they may take some time off work and play it a little bit more, but this has got ARPG Giga Grinder kind of mechanics to it.
Is that your wallet?
Whilst also advertising itself as a
Both, I hope.
90-day minigame with like faster leveling and faster progress, which it just doesn't. Oh, a rare. I said this last test phase though, that it's much easier to buff damage and to buff XP gains. It's much easier to buff shit than it is to nerf it. Because if you buff something, Blizzard become the hero. Oh, you buffed it, yay. If they then start nerfing things, they're instantly the enemy. So arguably they are doing it the right way by giving us arguably the worst version of it to begin with and waiting for everybody to tell them this is far too fucking slow, so that then they buff it and get a pat on the back. But fun doesn't necessarily come from just tuning. Loot Fever, my man, thank you very much for the 8. I appreciate that. Welcome in today.
Someone's coming. Just don't. Oh, hey there, chum. How can we help?
Yeah, to put it simply, Mr. Pandaria Remix, you played it for 60 hours, you were one-shotting shit. 60 hours was how long it took you to fully gear your character, level them to max and fully gear them out. And I know this because I have VOD footage of me doing exactly that. Right? I know exactly how long it took. I did it in about 4 days, which was unhealthy, I know. But the point was, is we did it. It was actually about 6 days, because I took 2 days very casually, but so, you know, 6 real world days, but I did it across the span of about 4 days. That got me to the point where I could then spend an entire stream soloing the normal mode raids. Soloing normal mode raids was feasible after about 60 hours in Mop Remix. Fully geared for the entire event. Everything from that point was just stacking on threads to the pile. This time round, 60 hours doesn't feel as if it would even scratch the surface, honestly.
You're here at last.
It might take some players 60 hours to get fully geared within the first phase, which, considering we can make pre-made characters simulating that, players have already found out the fact that that still doesn't even let you tickle the balls of a normal mode boss, let alone solo normal raid bosses. So they need to turn the dials to 11. And then it might get somewhere. You know, if it's super duper mega fast and you can blast it and it doesn't take every hour of every day, then people will be more willing to forgive the fact that the actual gearing system is RNG based. You know, we'll take an RNG gearing system if it's faster. A deterministic gearing system was nice, but people didn't really like the fact that they had to choose between gearing and cosmetics. Well, now that isn't so much of a case, but now gearing is no longer deterministic. Now gearing is based on RNG, but is also simultaneously much slower, which is different, to say the least. If it turns into 60 hours per phase, then it will die a death. Yeah, this is it. Because you could throw 60 hours at it, you could get fully geared for phase 1, and then they'll unlock phase 2, and you'll be presented with having to grind out all those upgrades for your gear again. Now, it could potentially end up being much faster with being able to do the raids, but you're going to be able to do the Emerald Nightmare raid once a day. I'm still not sure if you're able to do it on multiple difficulties per day. Whether you can do it on normal, whether you can do it on heroic, whether you can do it on mythic. And because they've added actual loot to a lot of the dungeon bosses, you might circumvent this whole Dawn of the Dream system on some slots of gear, but you'll still be at the mercy of RNG to fill the gaps with this system. So if you are consistent doing the raid every day, it might become quicker. But the allure of the raids won't be as strong when it's actually like a progression-based thing, and putting groups together for them will be made quite elitist quite quickly, because people's prerogative will be to only take people with the highest gear already. That means if you do get caught behind the curve in terms of gearing, you'll only be relying on this Thorns of the Dream system even more so. Players won't want to be taking lower geared characters into the raid if they're not one-shottable. So there's a whole lot of stuff they've got to be very careful with here, or the whole system unravels. Oh, I so just want it to be fun. So want it to be good. I was more excited for this than I was for player housing. Genuinely way more excited for this than I was for player housing. Player housing is just a way to make a bunch of gold. We'll make a bunch of gold real quickly with player housing. We'll collect a bunch of recipes and whatever. And obviously, yeah, we'll tinker it. We'll mess around and make a house. But for me, for me, player housing is probably falls into the category similar of transmog. Something that's like, it's cool, but I probably won't spend too much time doing it. But there'll be gold to be made in housing for sure. And that'll be fun. I need more goat hairs. I need more goats. I need 10 goat hairs. Aha. Speak of the goatee fellas. Ah, a bunch of goats. Now we're talking. You know what's funny? I'm not sure I've ever eaten goat. Even though goat is one of the most consumed meats on the planet, I believe. I think India probably has a large reason for that. I'm not even sure. I mean, I've had goat's milk and goat's cheese and whatever, but I don't think I've ever had like a proper goat curry or something. Yeah, birdie bird. Yeah, pewed. He's clearly going to do a knockback off this rock, isn't it? Goat meat is quite nice. Yeah, like I said, I can't think of a scenario where I would have had it. Living in the Western world, chicken, you know, chicken, pork, beef, lamb. Not so much goat. I don't even know if I could go to the shop and buy goat meat. Probably can't. There's plenty of exotic food stores in Helsinki nowadays. I should go and have a look. I should hunt them down. I want to make a goat curry or something one day. At least I can definitely say though, as far as world content is concerned, you know, running around doing quests and whatever, this is an absolute cakewalk. But it's a cakewalk. It kind of feels not too dissimilar to being like an end of patch level power, right, in retail. It's kind of how powerful I would expect to now be if I went into the Undermine, for example, with a 700 item level character. You can kill things and nothing really kills you. So it's kind of easy mode in that regard. So they definitely kind of fixed that problem. It did take way too long for you to feel as if you were even useful once dinging 80 last build. So some of the subtle changes to like mob health and stuff has definitely helped. Oh, I've killed all of these, I don't need any more. Oh, you're a rare. Starbucks. I have 6 at least, if not more, within a 30-minute walk from me. 30-minute walk? Oh, if I'm walking for 30 minutes, it's a dog walk. Cars were invented for. Don't need a car in Helsinki. Not if you live in the city, no. Another upgrade. Oh, well, another great piece of gear. Soul of the Core. Ooh, that's an upgrade. That's an upgrade. Yeah, because our Storm Surger, for some reason, only gives us 2 ranks. We've been skamazed. So we'll have 3 ranks of Soul of the Core instead. Spells and abilities have a chance to summon a flock of Spirit Eagles, dive bombing enemies, exploding on damage. Exploding on impact to heal allies and inflict damage to enemies within 5 yards. We got double stack of that now. 400,000 damage to enemies within 5 yards when that procs. We've also spread out to have a handful of these extra abilities as well. Wouldn't mind getting rid of this Arcane Ward. Woe Bearer's Band. Can we get rid of Woe Bearer's Band for literally anything else? I am Scars. Dot. We're at the point where dots aren't as impactful. When stuff starts dying within that 10-second window of a dot, you start to switch your care for a dot. Your critical strikes have a chance to create a burst of magic, inflicting damage within 6 seconds. That's burst damage. That's an item level 35 ring. This is one of the first rings I ever got. Am I genuinely going to replace an item level 584 ring with a level 35 ring? I actually am. As ridiculous as that sounds, because it actually only cost me 5,000 stamina. I've got nearly 500,000 stamina. I'm not going to notice the difference. This is another weird and wacky thing that now they took main stat off your jewelry. Item level doesn't matter. All I really hope is that aggressively dropping my item level like this doesn't have any detrimental effect on like scaling or anything. It shouldn't. In fact, if anything, it should actually weirdly work in my favor. Because it now means my item level relative to my actual output power is a bigger delta, which usually works in your favor as far as DPS is concerned. Which is why do not, if the game ends up being the way that it is right now, if it ends up staying this way, do not throw away any of your low-level epic jewelry. Kakar. Spin. Spin again. Lap. Spin. Lap. Yay! We did the chicken dance. Check me. Oh, get wrecked, chicken. Now, 6 ranks up here, 3 ranks of Touch of Malice, 6 ranks of Volatile Magic. Critical strikes do a burst of damage, doing nearly 400,000 arcane damage to all enemies within 6 yards. So this is the scenario where we would want to stack crit like an absolute moron on this as well. Get that to proc more often. And then 2 ranks of Terror from below. Your abilities periodically draw attention of a behemoth from the deeps that seeks your enemy, inflicting 200,000 nature damage, split evenly between all enemies. Fact that it splits evenly between them all rather than just damaging them all is why this one is not very good for this build, but it works. Another 3 ranks of Soul of the Core would probably be better. Your spells and abilities have a chance to summon Flock of Spirit Eagles. We're not relying on crits like we are with Volatile Magics. We're not sharing the damage. We're not splitting the damage evenly. 200k damage split evenly between 10 mobs is flipping nothing. Whereas hitting 10 mobs all with 400k is absolutely ridiculous numbers. So there is still going to be some gearing choices to be made, but the likelihood is you're probably not going to make those gearing choices until you're fully geared, really. I'm showcasing like what you might look at doing now, but on your main gear, item level is still going to be king.
Hey there, friend.
And once you've capped the item level and you keep getting gear past that, then you can start maybe stacking the secondary stats that synergize well with your traits or whatever.
Oh, check out my quality,
Yeah, we do get 5 extra slots. Yeah, they're upping the account limit to 70. That will be a thing. Fine, where's the dog?
what? Watch your back.
$20 new characters to level every class. I think it's 20, but it's definitely more than 5. That's all I will say. Weirdly, I am feeling as if my DPS has taken a nosedive. And I'm wondering if, because equipping this really low item level ring is doing some weird shenanigans. I popped cooldowns and was killing multiple mobs there, and I struggled to do 1,000,000 DPS. But I also wonder if it... need a big health mob. These dudes, 4, 6, 5, 7. 4, 6, 4, 6, 4, 7. Four, 6, 4, 7. So my item level went up, but the health of the mobs didn't move. Okay. Maybe I just accidentally did terrible DPS for a minute. See if we can just pull a bunch of them. Oh, that rare spawns really quickly. Maybe I can use this rare to test something real quick. Alright, wait for Bestial Wrath to come off cooldown. What have you got? 9.3 million health. Dead in 13 seconds. Oh, I don't have a second one with volatile magics on it. Damn. Okay, I can't test that properly anyway. I was going to see if the item level was having any significant effect on. Okay, maybe actually it's your watermarked item level. The average level of your equipment is 589, even though my equipped is lower. What I'm getting at here is I'm trying to figure out if there's any negatives to having a super duper mega low item level ring on. Doesn't appear that there is, but I haven't got a fully juiced item level equivalent of the same ring. But it certainly doesn't look like there should be any disadvantage to it. Even though I swear I was doing significantly more DPS 5 minutes ago. Maybe that was just on an AoE pull or something. Look, there's loads of them up here, look. You just come here to begin with.
Starting to smell. Think we should move? Shh.
Keep talking, pal.
Alright, let's turn this quest in. Hopefully that will give us another upgrade. And I might have to go get me some food. Feeling about that time. We made it a reasonable amount of the way through Stormheim. I need to finish this off for the 10% bonus, because it would be nice to see just how leveling does feel once we have stacked this bonus up. Whether we can try some other leveling methods, such as like heroic world tier mob grinding or something. Could be another fun, interesting way to try and level up faster than normal. Speed on that one. And save that activity for another day.
You cannot resist your fate, spirits. You cannot resist your fate. And you will never prevail.
The bonus stream tomorrow? Probably not. By sitting playing some video games today has basically meant I've delayed some of my IRL duties till tomorrow. I've got a few things I need to sort tomorrow. So I might get a little bit of time to play some games tomorrow, but it would be just, I'll probably just like level, probably just do a little bit of retail tomorrow. How good are Taran Mill and Kazakh? Well, I've always really considered Taran Mill, Kazakh, and Draenor to be the 3 big top realms in the EU. Silver Moon sneaks in there from an alliance perspective, but Kazakh, Taran Mill, Draenor are the big 3 horde ones, really. Kazakh is more PvP focused. Draenor's very raid focused, and Taran Mill is a little bit of both. But they're all significantly big enough servers with a wide variety of populace on them that if you're spreading there for goal-making purposes, there's plenty of opportunities, I'm sure.
Who goes there? Your footsteps fall as acorns.
But yeah, if you're already on Draenor, Taran Mill, Draenor, Kazakh, it's all much of a muchness. I've never really proactively played on Kazakh. But like I said, in today's age, it's much of a muchness. Basically the same. There we go, there's 10. Right, go on, give me a nice upgrade. Volatile Chaos Talisman. Another trinket. A slight upgrade to the trinket we have. It doesn't actually feel, you know, if the traits on the trinkets are random. Glimmering Soul Bloom always has Lights of Vengeance. Got 4 different variations of Glimmering Soul Bloom here. And the trait on Glimmering Soul Bloom is fixed. So in essence then, what you will have is a BIS list of gear dependent on which artifact trait and what avenue of content you're playing. But getting access to these trinkets is still, and jewelry is still, relatively RNG, unless certain bosses end up having specific loot tables that drop certain things. And then people will be target farming certain raid bosses rather than just nuking everything. But we don't have remix specific loot tables for the raids in the adventure guide. We just have the retail dungeon journal. Well, it's an item level upgrade all the same. So 3 more item levels gives me 400 bonus stamina. Woo. Okay, I'm going to leave it there for today. I'm going to go get me some food. Let me log this dude off just here. 590 item level. 597 Titan Strike. Artifact weapon. We have filled the tree. and are now just, you know, grinding out the very uninspiring 50,000 points per. This trait can be purchased infinitely, which also isn't true. It's capped at 1,000. We already know that. We already know that. So that's a lie. But 1,000 at 50k a piece is like stupid numbers. Not to mention the amount of time it would take you to get flipping, what's that, like 50 million of this stuff? Anyway, we'll take another look at this in a couple of days. There's not that. The fact that this is only up for a week means we've got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're kind of halfway through the potential testing phase now. Anyway, we'll take another look on Monday. Might try some alternative ways of like grinding out bronze or infinite power and stuff. Infinite, like, unlimited data. Aha, wow. I live in Finland. I do have unlimited data. My ISP does not limit my bandwidth in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. 4 days left to do some testing on this. 4 days left. Anyway, thank you for stopping by today, boys and girls. I appreciate it. We'll hopefully be able to take a little bit of a look at a blog post or something from Blizzard on this to really see where they're coming from with it, because there's a clear and obvious clashing of heads, it feels, between what the player base seems to expect Remix to be and what Blizzard wants Remix to be. Why it needs to be a clash of horns, I don't understand. Why can a bonus minigame side hustle not just be, here, have what you want, go have fun? Not sure, but either way. Come say hi in the Discord. If you want to keep your eyes on sort of like feedback and stuff for it, the secret finding Discord is actually a good place to do so. Additionally, you can always use the official Blizzard forums. But of course, please be aware the forums are the forums. Playerbase wants it to be an unlimited fun gamer mode. Blizzard wants it to be a 3-month time-wasting filler episode. I think there's a sense of truth in that for sure. But anyway, enjoy your weekend, boys and girls. Thank you very much for stopping by. And yeah, I'll catch you all on Monday. Bye.